Oh, so these are under here. Ah, okay, cool. So I can access to the French version, AC, CPDV, King Charles, excuse me, I misspoke, damn it, King James version, I meant to say. And that's just right, draw with the J. Draw. I fucking misspoke. I fucking hate that. Back I was saying AC, CPDV, King James version. Vulgate. Orthodox Study Bible, which is interesting, has been written down. Which is, it's called the Bible, basically, in Russian. So we got King James version and the Orthodox version right here, side to side in game. Pretty cool. And there's Chinese, Korean, Japanese. I don't know which one is which, but no effects on it. This looks Chinese-y. Looks pretty boxy, so I'm guessing Korean. And this way his architect is gotta be Japanese. If I end up wrong, my bad. I'm just hard guessing. All right. Now, wonder what map I'm in. I'm in a tornado map. Alright. Off right bet at Genesis 18 verses 31. On the King James version, at least I think it is the one. Anyways, Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. The two angels arrived at Sodom in the evening, and Lot was sitting in the gateway of the city. When he saw them, he got up to meet them and bowed down with his face to the ground. My lords, he said, please turn aside to your servant's house. You can wash your feet and spend the night and then go on your way. Early in the morning. No, they answered. We will spend the night in the square. But he insisted so strongly that they did go with him and entered his house. He prepared a meal for them, baking bread without yeast, and they ate. Before they had gone to bed, all the men from every part of the city of Sodom, both young and old, surrounded the house. They called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us so that we can have sex with them." Did I read that right? I did read that right. Okay. Lot went outside to meet them and shut the door behind him and said, "No, my friends, don't do this wicked thing. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them." That's pretty fun. But don't do anything to these men, for they have come under the protection of my roof. "Get out of our way," they replied. And they said, "This fellow came here as an alien. Now he wants to play the judge. We'll treat you worse than them." They kept bringing pressure on Lot and moved forward to break down the door. But the men inside reached out and pulled Lot back into the house and shut the door. Then they struck the men who were at the door of the house, young and old, with blindness, so that they could not find the door. The 2 men said to Lot, "Do you have anyone else here, sons-in-law, sons or daughters, or anyone else in the city who belongs to you? Get them out of here, because we are going to destroy this place." The outcry to the Lord against its people is so great that he has sent us to destroy it. So Lot went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who were pledged to marry his daughters. He said, "Hurry and get out of this place, because the Lord is about to destroy the city." But his sons-in-law thought he was joking. With the coming of dawn, the angels urged Lot, saying, "Hurry, take your wife and your 2 daughters." Who are there? Oh, wait. I misspoke. Damn it. take your wife and 2 daughters who are here, or you will be swept away when the city is punished." When he hesitated, the men grasped his hand and the hands of his wife and of his 2 daughters, and led them safely. I misspoke. And led them safely out of the city. I was trying to read right there. For the Lord was merciful to them. As soon as they had brought them out, one of them said, "Flee for your lives. Don't look back and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee to the mountains. Flee to the mountains, or you will be swept away." But Lot said to them, "No, my lords, please. Your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life, but I can't flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I will die. Look, here is a town near enough to run to, and it is small. Let me flee to it. It is very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared." He said to them, "Very well, I will grant this request too. I will not overthrow the town you speak of, but flee there quickly, because I cannot do anything until you reach it. That is why the town is called Zoar." That's spelled Z-O-A-R. I had to fix an adjustment of my mouse. By the time Lot reached Zoar, the sun had risen over the land. Then the Lord rained down burning sulfur on Sodom and Gomorrah from the Lord out of the heavens. Thus he overthrew those cities and the entire plain. Oh wait, I misspoke. He overthrew those cities and the entire plain, including all those living in the cities, and also the vegetation in the land. But Lot's wife looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and returned to the place where he had stood before the Lord. He looked down toward Sodom and Gomorrah, toward all the land of the plain, and he saw dense smoke rising from the land like smoke from a furnace. So when God destroyed the cities of the plain, he remembered Abraham, and he brought Lot out of the catastrophe that overthrew the cities where Lot had lived. It's not that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so it was. Alright. Alright. Lot and his daughters. Lot and his 2 daughters left Zoar and settled in the mountains, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. He and his 2 daughters lived in a cave. One day, the older daughter said to the younger, "Our father is old, and there is no man around here to lie with us, as is the custom all over the earth. Let's get our father to drink and then lie with him." Welcome to America! Can't help but say that joke. It's just wrong by this part of history / story. Anyways, and preserve our family line through our father. Can't help but sing it. Sorry about that. That night, they got their father to drink wine, and the older daughter went in and lay with him. He was not aware of it when she lay down, or when she got up. The next day, the older daughter said to the young, "Last night I lay with my father." Seriously, this sounds like American, theming on that, but it's not. It's just still. Yeah, the joke is right there. Again, my bad. Let's get him to drink wine again tonight, and you go in and lie with him, so we can preserve our family line through our father. Here goes the same joke. Yeah, I couldn't help but say this joke because it is such a wrong thing that these 2 did. But it was a thing, I guess, but at the same time, still wrong. Still, it is both history and a story. So they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went and lay with him. Again, he was not aware of it. When he... Oh. Fuck, I misspoke again. Damn it. I hate it. Fucking hate it, I messed up. Yeah. Let me start over. I messed up. Alright, so they got their father to drink wine again. Basically, yes, indeed, they have him drink wine again to do this awful thing they did to him again. But I did read it properly just to give you a full context what it says in the Bible, but I end up fucking messing up, so please bear with me. Anyways, so they got their father to drink wine that night also, and the younger daughter went and lay with him. Again, he was not aware of it when she lay down or when she got up. It's hard to fucking read this shit when you have speech impediment. Anyways, but I had to say that joke again because it is such the most Arkansas shit I ever seen on that letter right there. Anyways, so both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their father. Must have waved the Confederate flag too. The older daughter had a son, and she named him Moab. He is the father of the Moabites of today. The younger daughter also had a son, and she named him Ben-Ami. He is the father of the Ammonites of today. Lord have mercy on me for making a joke on basis of reading this part of the Bible. Anyways, Abraham and Abimelech. It's the Abraham and the other one spelled Abimelech. Abimelech or Abim. It's either word of that name. It was. Now Abraham moved on from there into the region of the Negev and lived between Kadesh and Shur. For a while he stayed in Gerar or Gerar. It's spelled G-E-A-R. Oh wait. Damn it, I misspoke. Damn it. It's spelled G-E-A. Fuck. It's not spelled. I keep on misspeaking. It's not spelled like that. It's G-E-R-A-R. That's what I was trying to fucking say, but a damn speech impediment keep on fucking me over. It was for a while he stayed in Gerar. I'm guessing it's called. Or Gerar. And there Abraham said of his wife Sarah, "She is my sister." Then Abimelech or Abimelech, wherever it is how it's pronounced, king of Gerar or Gerar, sent for Sarah and took her. But God came to Abimelech or Abimelech, wherever it's pronounced, in a dream one night and said to him, "You are as good as dead because of the woman you have taken. She is a married woman." Now, Abimelech or Abimelech, wherever his name is pronounced, had not gone near her. So he said, Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Did he not say to me, she is my sister? And didn't she also say, he is my brother? I have done this with a clear conscience and clean hands. Then God said to him in the dream, yes, I know you did this with a clear conscience, and so I have kept you from sinning against me. That is why I did not let you touch her. Now return the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you do not return her, you may be sure that you and all yours will die. Early the next morning, Abimelech, or Abimelech, whatever is pronounced, it's spelled it Abimelech, whoever is pronounced, summoned all his officials, and when he told them all that had happened, they were very much afraid. Then Abimelech, or Abimelech, wherever is that name is pronounced, called Abraham and said, what have you done to us? How have I wronged you, that you have brought such great guilt upon me and my kingdom? You have done things to me that should not be done. And Abimelech, or is it pronounced Abimelech? That's spelled Abimelech, wherever it is pronounced, asked Abraham, what was your reason for doing this? Abraham replied, I said to myself, there is surely no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me because of my wife. Besides, she really is my sister, the daughter of my father, not of my mother. And she became my wife, and when God had me wander from my father's household, I said to her, this is how you can show your love to me everywhere we go, saying of me, he is my brother. Then Abimelech, or it's pronounced Abimelech, wherever it is pronounced either or, brought sheep and cattle and male and female slaves, and gave them to Abraham. He returned Sarah, his wife, to him, and Abimelech, or is pronounced Abimelech,
spelled Abimmelech, wherever it's pronounced, said, "My land is before you. Live wherever you like." To Sarah, he said, to Sarah, he said, "I'm giving your brother 1,000 shekels of silver. This is to cover the offense against you before all who are with you. You are completely vindicated." Then Abraham prayed to God, and God healed Abimelech. Wait, I fucking misspoke. Damn it. Abimelech or Abimelech. Whatever it is pronounced, it's spelled Abimmelech. I think it's Abimelech, but it could be pronounced the other way because since it's in Israel type of thing, or wherever it is, it's somewhere in Middle Eastern on a continent. The pronunciations might be different. So I'm just guessing out my ass how it's pronounced. So bear with me. Anyways, his wife and his slave girls, so they could have children again, for the Lord had closed up every womb in Abimelech's household. I'm just going to stick with Abimelech, but just because I just don't know how it's pronounced properly. It was in Abimelech's household because of Abraham's wife Sarah. That's a hard name to say, along with the other name that I read on the Apocrypha. The birth of Isaac. Now the Lord was gracious to Sarah, as he had said, and the Lord did for Sarah what he had promised. Sarah became pregnant and bore a son to Abraham in his old age, at the very time God had promised him. Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son of Abraham gave the name Isaac to the son Sarah bore him. When his son Isaac was 8 days old, Abraham circumcised him as God commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah said, "God has brought me laughter, and everyone who hears about this will laugh with me." And she added, "Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age." Hagar and Ishmael sent away. The child grew and was weaned, and on the day Isaac was weaned, Abraham held a great feast. But Sarah saw that the son whom Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham was mocking. And she said to Abraham, "Get rid of that slave woman and her son, for that slave's..." Oh wait, I had to read this one. Bear with me. "For that slave woman's son will never share the inheritance with my son Isaac." The matter distressed Abraham greatly because it concerned his son. But God said to him, "Do not be so distressed about the boy and your maidservant. Listen to whatever Sarah tells you, because it is through Isaac that your offspring will be reckoned. I will make the son of the maidservant into a nation also, because he is your offspring." Early the next morning, Abraham took some food and a skin of water and gave them to Hagar. He set them on her shoulders and then sent her off with the boy. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. Wait, I reread this one. She went on her way and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. I had to make sure I read it correctly. When the water in the skin was gone, she put the boy under one of the bushes. Then she went off and sat down nearby, about a bow shot away, for she thought, "I cannot watch the boy die." And as she sat there nearby, she began to sob. God heard the boy crying, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What is the matter, Hagar? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there. Lift the boy up and take him by the hand, for I will make him into a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. So she went and filled the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. God was with the boy as he grew up. He lived in the desert and became an archer. while he was living in the desert of Paran, his mother got a wife for him from Egypt. The treaty at Beersheba. At that time, Abimelech and what is this person? This name is alright. This name is spelled out Phicol. Phicol, I'm guessing it's called. The commander of his forces said to Abraham, God is with you in everything you do. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. I have to reread this one, make sure I didn't mess it up. Alright, I have to reread this one. Now swear to me here before God that you will not deal falsely, that you will not deal falsely with me or my children or my descendants. Show to me and the country where you are living as an alien the same kindness I have shown to you. Abraham said, I swear it. Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well of water that Abimelech's servants has. I fucking spoke. Wait, damn it. That Abimelech with an S in there. Servants got seized. But Abimelech said, I don't know who has done it. Anyways, but Abimelech said, I don't know who has done this. You did not tell me. And I heard about it only today. So Abraham brought sheep and cattle and gave them to Abimelech, and the two men made a treaty. Abraham set apart 7 land. Oh wait, I misspoke. I didn't know honor is ew. It literally. Abraham set apart 7 EWE lambs. Abraham set apart 7 whatever the fuck is pronounced, lambs. From the flock, and Abimelech asked Abraham, what is the meaning of these 7 EWE lambs you have set apart by themselves? He replied, accept these 7 lambs from my hand as a witness that I dug this well. So that place was called Beersheba. Wait. Beersheba. I fucking mispronounced the damn thing. Damn it. So, I reread this one since I fucked up. It's Beersheba, as I meant to say the entire time. Damn it. Anyways, so that place was called Beersheba. Now, when I say Beersheba, I meant to say Beersheba. So, bear with me. Because the two men swore an oath there after the treaty had been made at Beersheba. Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his forces, returned to the land of the Philistines. Abraham planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called upon the name of the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham stayed in the land of the Philistines for a long time. Abraham tested. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, Abraham, here I am. He replied. Then God said, take your son, your only son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains I will tell you about. Early the next morning, Abraham got up and saddled his donkey. He took with him two of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. On the third day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance and said to his servants, stay here with the donkey, while I and the boy go over there. We will worship, and then we will come back to you. Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the two of them went on together, Isaac spoke up. When Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, Father. Yes, my son, Abraham replied. The fire and wood are here, Isaac said. Wait, I had to reread this one.
The fire and wood are here. Isaac said, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Abraham answered, God himself will provide. God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. And the two of them went on together. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then he reached and reread this one. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, Abraham, Abraham. Here I am, he replied. Do not lay a hand on the boy. He said, do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son. Abraham looked up, and there in a thicket he saw a ram caught by its horns. He went over and took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called that place, the Lord will provide. And to this day, it is said, on the mountain of the Lord it will be provided. The angel of the Lord called to Abraham from heaven a second time and said, I swear by myself, declares the Lord, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, your only son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me. Then Abraham returned to his servants, and they set off together for Beersheba, and Abraham stayed in Beersheba. Nahor Alright, this name is spelled Nahor. Nahor? Nahor? Nahor's sons? Wait, or is it Nahor? Nahor's sons? Or it was pronounced? It was. Sometime later, Abraham was told Milcah is also a mother. She has borne sons to your brother Nahor. Uz, misspelled Uzi, Uz, or Uz. I think it's pronounced Uz, since it's spelled out U-Z. Uz, the firstborn. Buzz, his, which is B-U-Z. Buzz, his brother, Kemuel, the father of Aram. Kest, Hazo, Fildash. Alright, this one is spelled Jidlaph, Jidlaph, and Bethuel. Bethuel became the father of Rebekah. That's spelled out Rebekah. Rebekah. Milcah bore these 8 sons to Abraham's brother Nahor. His concubine, whose name was Rimah, also had sons, Tibah, Gaham, Tahash, and Makah. The death of Sarah. Sarah lived to be 127 years old. She died at Kiriath, whatever it's pronounced, Arba. That is, Hebron, in the land of Canaan, and Abram, I misspoke, and Abraham, I meant to say, went to mourn for Sarah. Is Abraham. Alright, cool. Alright. And Abraham went to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Then Abraham rose from beside his dead wife and spoke to the Hittites. He said, I am an alien and a stranger among you. Sell me some property for a burial site here so I can bury my dead. The Hittites replied to Abraham, Sir, listen to us. You are a mighty prince among us. Bury your dead in the choicest of our tombs. None of us will refuse you his tomb for burying your dead. Then Abraham rose and bowed down before the people of the land. The Hittites, he said to them, If you are willing to let me bury my dead, then listen to me and intercede with Ephron, son of Zohar, on my behalf. So he will. I had to reread this one. So he will sell me the cave of whatever it's pronounced. Machpelah. Machpelah, I think it's pronounced, which belongs to him, and is at the end of his field. Ask him to sell it to me for the full price as a burial site among you. Ephron the Hittite was sitting among his people, and he replied to Abraham in the hearing of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of his city. No, my lord, he said, listen to me. I give you the field, and I give you the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of my people. Bury your dead. Again, Abraham bowed down before the people of the land, and he said to Ephron in their hearing, listen to me. If you will, I will pay the price of the field. Accept it from me so I can bury my dead there. Ephron answered Abraham, listen to me, my lord. The land is worth 400 shekels of silver. But what is that between me and you? Bury your dead. Abraham agreed to Ephron's terms and weighed out for him the price he had made in the hearing of the Hittites, 400 shekels of silver according to the weight current. Wait, I misspoke, damn it. According to the weight current, as I meant to say, among the merchants. So Ephron's field in Machpelah near Mamre, both the field and the cave in it, and all the trees within the borders of the field was deeded to Abraham as his property, in the presence of all the Hittites who had come to the gate of the city. Afterward, Abraham buried his wife Sarah in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre, which is at Hebron, in the land of Canaan. So the field and the cave in it were deeded to Abraham by the Hittites as a burial site. Alright. Let's see. Alright, I think I'm gonna do is go all the way towards the page 20 officially. So it's gonna be a bit. Isaac and Rebekah. Abraham was now old and well advanced in years, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. He said to the chief servant in his household, the one in charge of all that he had, "Put your hand under my thigh. I want you to swear by the Lord, the God of heaven, and the God of earth, that you will not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I am living, but will go to my country and my own relatives and get a wife for my son Isaac." The servant asked him, "What if the woman is unwilling to come back with me to this land? Shall I then take your son back to the country you came from? Make sure that you do not take my son back there." Abraham said, "The Lord, the God of heaven, who brought me out of my father's household and my native land, and who spoke to me and promised me an oath, saying, to your to your offspring." To reread. "I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, so that you can get a wife for my son from there. If the woman is unwilling to come back with you, then you will be released from this oath of mine. Only do not take my son back there." So the servant put his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham and swore an oath to him concerning this matter. Then the servant took 10 of his master's camels and left, taking with him all kinds of good things from his master. He set out for Aram Naharaim and made his way to the town of Nahor. He had the camels kneel down near the well outside the town. It was toward evening, the time the woman go out to draw water. Then he prayed, "O Lord, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, give me success today and show kindness
and show kindness to my master Abraham. See, I am standing beside this spring, and the daughters of the townspeople are coming out to draw water. May it be that when I say to a girl, please let down your jar, that I may have a drink, and he, wait, damn it, I had to reread this one. Please let down your jar, that I may have a drink, and she says, drink, and I'll water your camels too. Let her be with I fucking hate it, I messed up. Let her be the one you have chosen for your servant, Isaac. By this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. Before he had finished praying, Rebekah came out with her jar on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, son of Milcah, who was the wife of Abraham's brother Nahor. What? Nahor. I had to reread that one. Oh, Nahor. The girl was very beautiful, a virgin. No man had ever lain with her. She went down to the spring, filled her jar, and came up again. The servant hurried to meet her and said, please give me a little water from your jar. Drink, my lord, she said, and quickly lowered the jar to her hands and gave him a drink. After she had given him a drink, she said, I'll draw water for your camels too until they have finished drinking. So she quickly emptied her jar into the trough, ran back to the well to draw more water, and drew enough for all his camels. Without saying a word, the man watched her closely to learn whether or not the Lord had made his journey successful. When the camels had finished drinking, the man took out a gold nose ring weighing a beka and 2 gold bracelets weighing 10 shekels. Then he asked, whose daughter are you? Please tell me, is there room in your father's house for us to spend the night? She answered him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, bore to Nahor. And she added, we have plenty of straw and fodder, as well as room for you to spend the night. Then the man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, Praise be to the Lord. And oh wait, I messed up, damn it. I had to reread this one since I messed up majorly. The man bowed down and worshipped the Lord, saying, Praise be to the Lord, the God of my master Abraham, who has not abandoned his kindness and faithfulness to my master. As for me, the Lord has led me on the journey to the house of my master's relatives. The girl ran and told her mother's household about these things. Now Rebecca had a brother named Laban, and he hurried out to the man at the spring. As soon as he had seen the nose ring and the bracelets on his sister's arm, and had heard Rebecca tell what the man said to her, he went out to the man and found him standing by the camels near the spring. Come, you who are blessed by the Lord, he said. Why are you standing out here? I have prepared the house and a place for the camels. So the man went to the house, and the camels were unloaded. Straw and fodder were brought for the camels, and water for him and his men to wash their feet. Then food was set before him. But he said, I will not eat until I have told you what I have to say. Then tell us, Laban said. So he said, I am Abraham's servant. The Lord has blessed my master abundantly, and he has become wealthy. He has given him sheep and cattle, silver and gold, men servants and maid servants, and camels and donkeys, also known as asses. My master's wife Sarah has borne him a son in her old age, and he has given him everything he owns. And my master made me swear an oath and said, you must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the king. And my throat.
You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites. I was trying to say. You must not get a wife. You must not get a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites. Finally, I said it properly. It was in whose land I live. But go to my father's family. I reread this one just in case I missed it. In whose land I live, but go to my father's family and to my own clan and get a wife for my son. Then I asked my master. Then I asked my master. I had to reread this one. What if the woman will not come back with me? What if the woman will not come back with me? Let's make sure. Is that correctly? He replied, the Lord before whom I have walked will send his angel with you and make your journey a success, so that you can get a wife for my son from my own clan and from my father's family. Then when you go to my clan, you will be released. When you, I had to reread this one. Then when you go to my clan, you will be released from my oath, even if they refuse to give her to you. You will be released from my oath. When I came to the spring today, I said, O Lord, God of my master Abraham, if you will please grant success to the journey on which I have come. See, I am standing beside this spring. If a maiden comes out to draw water and I say to her, please let me drink a little water from your jar. And if she says to me, drink and I'll draw water for your camels too, let her be the one the Lord has chosen for my master's son. Before I finished praying in my heart, Rebecca came out with her jar on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water. And I said to her, please give me a drink. She quickly lowered her jar from her shoulder and said, drink, and I'll water your camels too. So I drank, and she watered the camels also. I asked her, whose daughter are you? Feels like I'm rereading it already. Didn't I already read this on a different part of this page? Pretty sure I did. Anyways, I asked her,
Whose daughter are you? She said, The daughter of Bethuel, son of Nahor, whom Milcah bore to him. It literally says to repeat on this Bible. Alright. It's repeating itself. Be aware of that. Anyways, then I put the ring in her nose and the bracelets on her arms, and I bowed down and worshipped the Lord. I praise the Lord, the God of my master Abraham. Okay, so it did not repeat entirely. Okay, never mind. Who had led me on the right road to get the granddaughter of my master's brother for his son. Now, if you will show kindness and faithfulness to my master, tell me, and if not, tell me so I may know which way to turn. Laban and Bethuel answered, This is from the Lord. We can say nothing to you one way or the other. Here is Rebekah. Take her and go, and let her become the wife of your master's son, as the Lord has directed. When Abraham's servant heard what they say, when Abraham's servant heard what they said, he bowed down to the ground before the Lord. Then the servant brought out gold and silver jewelry and articles of clothing and gave them to Rebekah. He also gave costly gifts to her brother and to her mother. Then he and the men who were with him ate and drank and spent the night there. When they got up the next morning, he said, Send me on my way to my master. But her brother and her mother replied, Let the girl remain with us 10 days or so, then you may go. But he said to them, Do not detain me. I had to reread this one. Anyways, do not detain me now that the Lord has granted success to my journey. Send me on my way so I may go to my master. Then they said, Let's call the girl and ask her about it. So they called Rebekah and asked her, Will you go with this man? I will go, she said. So they sent their sister Rebekah on her way, along with her nurse and Abraham's servant and his men. And they blessed Rebekah and said to her, "Our sister, may you increase to thousands upon thousands. May your offspring possess the gates of their enemies." Then Rebekah and her maids got ready and mounted their camels and went back with the man. So the servant took Rebekah and left. Now Isaac had come from Beer Lahai Roy, for he was living in the Negev. He went out to the field one evening to meditate, and as the how do we read this one? And as he looked up, he saw camels approaching. Rebekah also looked up and saw Isaac. She got down from her camel and asked the servant, "Who is that man in the field coming to meet us?" "He is my master," the servant answered. So she took her veil and covered herself. Then the servant told Isaac all he had done. Isaac brought her into the tent of his mother, Sarah. He married Rebekah, so she became his wife, and he loved her, and Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. I may have to take a break. I've been talking too long without something to drink.
Alright, where was I? Oh yeah, right here. The death of Abraham. Abraham took another wife, whose name was Keturah. She bore him Zimran, I reread this one. Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shua. Excuse me. And Jokshan, I'm trying to say, was the father of Sheba. Did I read that right? Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. The descendants of Dedan were the Hurites, the Letushites, and the Leumites, the sons of Midian, were Ephir, Hanok, reread this one. Abida. I had to reread that one. Abida. I had to say right there. Try to say. And Eldah. All these were descendants of Keturah. Abraham left everything he owned to Isaac. But while he was still living, he gave gifts to the sons of his concubines and sent them away from his son Isaac to the land of the east. Altogether, Abraham lived 175 years. Then Abraham breathed. Then Abraham breathed his last and died at a good old age. An old man and full of years, and he was gathered to his people. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah near Mamre, in the field of Ephron, son of Zoar the Hittite, the field Abraham had bought from the Hittites. There Abraham was buried with his wife Sarah. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, who then lived near Beer Lahai Roy. Ishmael's son. This is the account of Abraham's son Ishmael, whom Sarah's maid servant Hagar, the Egyptian, bore to Abraham. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael, listed in the order of their birth. Nebaioth, which is spelled Nebaioth. Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael. Kedar, Adbeel, Mibsam, Mishma, Duma, Masa, Hadad, Timah, Jetur, Naphish. I have to reread this one. It's spelled Naphis, so Naphish. It's pretty much spelled out when try reading it. And Kedama. These were the sons of Ishmael, and these are the names of the 12 tribal rulers according to their settlements and camps. Altogether, Ishmael lived 137 years. He breathed his last and died, and he was gathered to his people. His descendants settled in the area from Havilah to Shur, near the border of Egypt, as you go toward Ashur, and they lived in hostility toward all their brothers, Jacob and Asio. Oh wait, Asio, it's Isio. Whatever that name is pronounced, it's spelled Esau. Jacob and Esau, I'm guessing is called. Anyways, this is the account of Abraham's son Isaac. Abraham became the father of Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean from Padan Aram, and sister of Laban, the Aramean. Isaac prayed to the Lord on behalf of his wife, because she was barren. The Lord answered his prayer, and his wife Rebekah became pregnant. The babies jostled each other within her, and she said, "Why is this happening to me?" So she went to inquire of the Lord. The Lord said to her, "Two nations are in your womb, and two peoples from within you will be separated." As we read this one, will be separated. One people will be stronger than the other. The older will serve the younger. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. The first to come out was red, and his whole body was like a hairy garment. So they named
him Esau, or Esau. They spell it E-S-A-U. Esau. Anyways, after this, his brother came out with his hand grasping Esau's heel, so he was named Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when Rebekah gave birth to them. The boys grew up, and Esau became a skillful hunter, a man of the open country, while Jacob was a quiet man, staying among the tents. Isaac, who had a taste for wild game, loved Esau, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once, when Jacob was cooking some stew, Esau came in from the open country famished. He said to Jacob, "Quick, let me have some of that red stew. I'm famished." That is why he was also called Edom. Jacob replied, "First, sell me your birthright." "Look, I am about to die," Esau said. "What good is the birthright to me?" But Jacob said, "Swear to me first." So he swore an oath to him, selling his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and some lentil stew. He ate and drank, and then got up and left. So Esau despised his birthright. Isaac and Abimelech. Now there was a famine in the land, besides the earlier famine of Abraham's time. How do I read this one? Besides the earlier famine of Abraham's time. And Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, to... How do I read this one since I messed up again? King of the Philistines in Gerar. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, "Do not go down to Egypt. Live in the land where I tell you to live. Stay in this land for a while, and I will be with you. And you..." I messed up again, damn it. Fucking throat. Anyways, I'd rather read this one. Stay in
this land for a while, and I will be with you, and will bless you. For to you and your descendants I will give all these lands, and will confirm the oath I swore to your father Abraham. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and will give them all these lands, and through your offspring all nations on earth will be blessed, because Abraham obeyed me and kept my requirements, my commands, my decrees, and my laws. So Isaac stayed in Gerar. When the men of that place asked him about his wife, he said, "She is my sister," because he was afraid to say, "She is my wife." He thought the men of this place might kill me on account of Rebekah, because she is beautiful. When Isaac had been there a long time, Abimelech, either or that name, king of the Philistines, looked down from a window and saw Isaac caressing his wife Rebekah. So Abimelech summoned Isaac and said, "She is really your wife." Oh wait, this one way is pronounced. "She is really your wife," with the explanation point on there. Anyways, "Why did you say she is my sister?" Isaac answered him, "Because I thought I might lose my life on account of her." Then Abimelech said, "What is this you have done to us? One of the men might well have slept with your wife, and you would have brought guilt upon us." So Abimelech gave orders to all the people, "Anyone who molests this man or his wife shall surely be put to death." Isaac planted crops in that land, and the same year reaped 100-fold, because the Lord blessed him. The man became rich, and his wealth continued to grow until he became very wealthy. He had so many flocks and herds and servants that the Philistines envied him. So all the wells that his father's servants had dug in the time of his father Abraham, the Philistines stopped up filling them with earth. Then Abimelech said to Isaac, "Move away from us. You have become too powerful for us." So Isaac moved away from there and
encamped in the valley of Gerar and settled there. Isaac reopened the wells that had been dug in the time of his fathers Abraham, which the Philistines had stopped up after Abraham died, and he gave them the same names his father had given them. Isaac's servants dug in the valley and discovered a well of fresh water there, but the herdsmen of Gerar quarreled with Isaac's herdsmen and said, "The water is ours." So he named the well Esek, because they disputed with him. Then they dug another well, but they quarreled over that one also, so he named it Sitnah. He moved on from there and dug another well, and no one quarreled over it. He named it Rehoboth. Saying, "Now the Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land." From there he went up to Beersheba. That night the Lord appeared to him and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Do not be afraid, for I am with you. I will bless you and will increase the number of your descendants for the sake of my servant Abraham." Isaac built an altar there and called on the name of the Lord. There he pitched his tent, and there his servants dug a well. Meanwhile, Abimelech had come to him with Gerar, I had to reread this one. From Gerar with Huzath, his personal advisor, and Phicol, the commander of his forces. Isaac asked them, "Why have you come to me, since you were hostile to me and sent me away?" They answered, "We saw clearly that the Lord was with you. So we said, they're out to be sworn." Wait, they're out, I had to reread this one. "They're out to be a sworn agreement between us and you. Let us make a treaty with you, that you will do us no harm, just as we did not." And reread this one. "Just as we did not molest you, but always treated you well, and reread this one, and sent you away in peace. And now you are blessed by the Lord." Isaac then made a feast for them, and they ate and drank. Early the next morning, the men swore an oath to each other. Then Isaac sent them on their way, and they left him in peace. That day Isaac's servants came and told him about the well they had dug. They said, "We've found water." He called it Shibah. The spell is Hibah. Shibah. And to this day, the name of the town has been Beersheba. When Esau was 40 years old, he married Judith, daughter of Beeri the Hittite, and also Basmath, daughter of Elon the Hittite. They were a source of grief to Isaac and Rebekah. Jacob gets Isaac's blessing. When Isaac was old and his eyes were so weak that he could no longer see, he called for Esau, his older brother. I messed up, damn it. How do we read this one? When Isaac was old and his eyes were so weak that he could no longer see, he called for Esau, his older son, and said to him, "My son." "Here I am," he answered. Isaac said, "I am now an old man, and I don't know the day of my death. Now then, get your weapons, your quiver and bow, and go out to the open country to hunt some wild game for me. Prepare me the kind of tasty food I like and bring it to me to eat, so that I may give you my blessing before I die." Now Rebekah was listening as Isaac spoke to his son Esau. When Esau left for the open country to hunt game and bring it back, Rebekah said to her son Jacob, "Look, I overheard your father say to your brother Esau, 'Bring me some game and prepare me some tasty food to eat, so that I may give you my blessing in the presence of the Lord before I die.' Now, my son, listen carefully and do what I tell you. Go out to the flock and bring me 2 choice young goats, so I can prepare some tasty food for your father, just the way he likes it. Then take it to your father to eat, so that he may give you his blessing before he dies." Jacob said to Rebekah, his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I'm a man with smooth skin. What if my father touches me? I would appear to be tricking him and would bring down a curse on myself rather than a blessing. His mother said to him, My son, let the curse fall on me. Just do what I say. Go and get them for me. So he went and got them and brought them to his mother, and she prepared some tasty food, just the way his father liked it. Then Rebekah took the best clothes of Esau, her older son, which she had in the house, and put them on her younger son Jacob. She also covered his hands and the smooth part of his neck with the goat skins. Then she handed to her son Jacob the tasty food and bread she had made. He went to his father and said, My father. Yes, my son, he answered. Who is it? Jacob said to his father, I am Esau, your firstborn. I have done as you told me. Please sit up and eat some of my gain, so that you may give me your blessing. Isaac asked his son, How did you find it so quickly, my son? The Lord your God gave me success, he replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, Come near, so I can touch you, my son, to know whether you really are my son Esau or not. Jacob went close to his father Isaac, who touched him and said, The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau. He did not recognize him, for his hands were hairy like those of his brother Esau. So he blessed him. Are you really my son, Esau? He asked. I am, he replied. Then he said, My son, bring me some of your game to eat, so that I may give you my blessing. Jacob brought it to him, and he ate. And he brought some wine, and he drank. Then his father Isaac said to him, Come here, my son, and kiss me. So he went to him and kissed him. When Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, and wait, I messed up again. So he went to him and kissed him. When Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he blessed him and said, The smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you of heaven's dew and of earth's riches. Wait, and reread this one. The smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you the... I need to stop saying the. Why is there keep on saying thee when it's not saying thee there? So hard.
Fucking speech impediment is a fucking curse.
Let me reread this one. The smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you of heaven's dew and of earth's richness and sick and tired of saying and when it's not didn't say and speech impediment. I really fucking hate it. Let me reread this one again. The smell of my son is like the smell of a field that the Lord has blessed. May God give you of heaven's dew and of earth's richness and abundant of grain and new wine. May nations serve you and peoples bow down to you. Be Lord over your brothers, and may the sons of your mother bow down to you. Excuse me. And may the sons of your mother bow down to you. May those who curse you be cursed, and those who bless you be blessed. After Isaac finished blessing him, and Jacob had scarcely left his father's presence, his brother Esau came in from hunting. He too prepared some tasty food and brought it to his father. Then he said to him, "My father, sit up and eat some of my game, so that you may give me your blessing." His father Isaac asked him, "Who are you?" "I am your son," he answered, "your firstborn Esau." Isaac trembled finally and said, "Who was it then that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him." And indeed, he was sick and tired of the speech impediment. Reread this one. Then that who was it then that hunted game and brought it to me? I ate it just before you came. I ate it just before you came, and I blessed him, and indeed he will be blessed. When Esau heard his father's words, he burst out with a loud and bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me too, my father." But he said, "Your brother came deceitfully and took your blessing." Esau said, "Isn't he rightly named Jacob? He had deceived me these 2 times. He took my birthright, and now he's taken my blessing." Then he asked, "Haven't you reserved any blessing for me?" Isaac answered Esau, "I have made him lord over you, and have made all his relatives his servants, and I have sustained him." reread this one. I have sustained him with grain and new wine. So what can I possibly do for you, my son? Esau said to his father, do you have only one blessing, my father? Bless me too, my father. Then Esau wept aloud. His father Isaac answered him, your dwelling will be away from the earth's richness, away from the dew of heaven above. You will live by the sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you grow restless, you will throw his yoke from off your neck. Jacob flees to Laban. Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing of... read this one. Speech premises. Fucking curse. It's fucking need to be stopped. On a live stream, no less. I just get tired of it. Damn it. Jacob flees to Laban. Esau held a grudge against Jacob because of the blessing his father had given him. He said to himself, the days of mourning for my father are near, and I will kill my brother Jacob. When Rebekah was told what her older son Esau had said, she sent for her younger son Jacob and said to him, your brother Esau is consoling himself with the thought of killing you. Now then, my son, do what I say. Flee at once to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay with him for a while until your brother's fury subsides. When your brother is no longer angry with you and forgets what you did to him, I'll send word for you to come back from there. Why should I lose both of you in one day? Then Rebekah said to Isaac, I'm disgusted with living because of these Hittite women. If Jacob takes a wife from among the women of this land, from Hittite women like these, my life will not be worth living. So Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him and commanded him, do not marry a Canaanite woman. Go at once to Padan Aram, to the house of your mother's father Bethuel. Take a wife for yourself there from among the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. May God Almighty bless you and make you fruitful and increase your numbers until you become a community of peoples. May He give you and
your descendants the blessing given to Abraham, so that you may take possession of the land where you now live as an alien. The land God gave to Abraham. Then Isaac sent Jacob on his way, and he went to Padan Aram to Laban, son of Bethuel, the Aramean, the brother of Rebekah, who was the mother of Jacob and Esau. Now Esau learned that Isaac had blessed Jacob and had sent him to Padan Aram to take a wife from there, and that when he blessed him, he commanded him, do not marry a Canaanite woman, and that Jacob had obeyed his father and mother, and had gone to Padan Aram. Esau then realized how displeasing the Canaanite women were to his father Isaac. So he went to Ishmael and married Mahalath, the sister of Nebaioth. That's spelled Nebaioth. Nebaioth. Wait, it's Nebaioth. Nebaioth? I think it's called. And daughter of Ishmael, son of Abraham. In addition to the wives he already had. Jacob's dream at Bethel. Jacob left Beersheba and set out for Haran. When he reached a certain place, he stopped for the night because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones there, he put it under his head and lay down to sleep. He had a dream in which he saw a stairway resting on the earth, with its top reaching to heaven, and the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. There above it stood the God of your father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. I will give you and your descendants the land on which you are lying. Your descendants will be like the dust of the earth, and you will spread out to the west and to the east, to the north and to the south. All peoples on earth will be blessed through you and your offspring. I am with you and will watch over you wherever you go, and I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. When Jacob awoke from his sleep, he thought, surely the Lord is in this place, and I was not aware of it. He was afraid and said, How awesome is this place? This is none other than the house of God. This is the gate of heaven. Early next morning, Jacob took the stone he had placed under. Early the next morning, Jacob took the stone he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar and poured oil on top of it. He called that place Bethel, though the city used to be called Luz. L-U-Z. Luz. Then Jacob made a vow, saying, "If God will be with me and will watch over me on this journey I am taking, and will give me food to eat and clothes to wear, so that I return safely to my father's house, then the Lord will be my God, and this stone that I have set up as a pillar will be God's house. And of all that you give me, I will give you a tenth." Jacob arrives in Padan Aram. Then Jacob continued on his journey and came to the land of the eastern peoples. There he saw a well in the field with 3 flocks of sheep lying near it, because the flocks were watered from that well. The stone over the mouth of the well was large. When all the flocks were gathered there, the shepherds would roll the stone away from the well's mouth and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place over the mouth of the well. Jacob asked the shepherds, "My brothers, where are you from?" "We're from Haran." That's spelled Haran. Haran. They replied. He said to them, "Do you know Laban, Nahor's grandson?" "Yes, we know him," they answered. Then Jacob asked, I had to read this one. Then Jacob asked them, "Is he well?" "Yes, he is," they said. "And here comes his daughter Rachel with the sheep. Look," he said, "the sun is still high. It is not time for the flocks to be gathered. Water the sheep and take them back to pasture." "We can't," they replied, "until all the flocks are gathered and the stone has been rolled away from the mouth of the well. Then we will water the sheep." While he was still talking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she was a shepherdess. When Jacob saw Rachel, daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and Laban's sheep. He went over and rolled the stone away from the mouth of the well and watered his uncle's sheep. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and began to weep aloud. He had told Rachel that he was a relative of her father and a son of Rebekah. So she ran and told her father. As soon as Laban heard the news about Jacob, his sister's son, he hurried to meet him. He embraced him and kissed him and brought him to his home. And there Jacob told him all these things. Then Laban said to him, "You're my own flesh and blood." Well, it's time for another. Jacob marries Leah and Rachel. Lord have mercy on me for making that joke, but still. Incest is certainly not, should be a thing at all. But it was a thing back then. But today's standard, we all know damn well incest is not the answer. No matter what country you're in. But I just had to put it out there. Still. It actually happened and is part of a story, so sorry about that. I just have to make that joke because that's just incest after incest type of story I have ever read. And this is the Bible, no less. The Holy Bible, no less. Even though what? Best keep everything preserved at the same time. Bruh. You, Lord have mercy on me for saying shit like that, but still, it's just perspective. It's just obvious. Anyways, Jacob marries Leah and Rachel. After Jacob had stayed with him for a whole month, Laban said to him, "Just because you are a relative of mine, should you work for me for nothing? Tell me what your wages should be." Now Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the older was Leah, and the name of the younger was Rachel. Leah had weak eyes, but Rachel was lovely in form and beautiful. Jacob was in love with Rachel. Should I pull my banjo out? Anyways, and said, "I'll work for you 7 years in return for your younger daughter, Rachel." Laban said, "It's better that I give her to you than to some other man. Stay here with me. So Jacob served 7 years to get Rachel, but they seemed like only a few days to him because of his love for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wife. My time is completed, and I want to lie with her." So Laban brought together all the people of the place and gave a feast. But when evening came, he took his daughter, Leah, and gave her to Jacob, and Jacob lay with her, and Laban gave his servant girl, Zilpah, to his daughter as her maidservant. So Jacob said to Laban, "What is this you have done to me? I served you for Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived me?" Laban replied, It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one." Sorry to God in heaven. I just have to play this type of music. It is most Arkansas type of shit I have ever read in my life. And fuck commercial. That's the thing about YouTube. Shitty commercials. It goes back. Good thing about this live stream, no commercials. In return for another 7 years of work. I have to reread this one. I served you for Rachel, didn't I? Why have you deceived me? Laban replied, It is not our custom here to give the younger daughter in marriage before the older one. Finish this daughter's bridal week. Then we will give you the younger one also in return for another 7 years of work. And Jacob did so. He finished out the week with Leah. And then Laban gave him his daughter, Rachel, to be his wife. Laban gave his servant girl, Bilhah, to his daughter Rachel as her maidservant. Jacob lay with Rachel also, and he loved Rachel more than Leah, and he worked for Laban another 7 years. Jacob's children. When the Lord saw that Leah was not loved, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. Leah became pregnant and gave birth. When Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son, she named him Reuben. For she said, "It is truly because the Lord has seen my misery. Surely my husband will love me now." She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, said, "Because the Lord heard that I am not loved, he gave me this one too." So she named him Simeon. Again she conceived, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "Now at last my husband will become attached to me, because I have borne him 3 sons." 3? I see 2. Oh, I see a 3rd one now. Okay. So he was named Levi. She conceived again, and when she gave birth to a son, she said, "This time I will praise the Lord." So she named him Judah. Then she stopped having children. When Rachel saw that she was not bearing Jacob any children, she became jealous of her sister. So she said to Jacob, "Give me children, or I'll die." Jacob became angry with her and said, "Am I in the place of God, who has kept you from having children?" Then she said, "Here is Bilhah, my maid servant. Sleep with her so that she can bear children for me, and that through her I too can build a family." So she gave him her servant Bilhah as a wife. Jacob slept with her, and she became pregnant and bore him a son. Then Rachel said, "God has vindicated me. He has listened to my plea and given me a son because of this." She named him Dan. Because of this, she named him Dan. Rachel's servant Bilhah conceived again and bore Jacob a second son. Then Rachel said, "I have a great struggle with my sister, and I have won." So she named him Naphtali, When Leah saw that she had stopped having children, she took her maidservant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, "What good fortune." So she named him God. I didn't say God, I said... I fucking speak again. Fuck! I had to reread it now since I fucking misspoke. Every fucking thing I try to speak is either one immediate fuck up the whole thing, so... Sorry about that, y'all. I have to reread this one. Fuck. Zilpah bore Jacob a son. Then Leah said, "What good fortune." So she named him Gad. And when I had to say it, the very thing I said is spelled G-A-D. I didn't say God. I was clearly trying to say Gad during this, but a fucking speech impediment trying to fuck me over as I try to read this damn Bible. Please forgive me on that one. Dear Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. I try my hand up. Messing up because of that damn speech impediment. Anyways, so she named him Gad, as I meant to say. Leah's servant Zilpah bore Jacob a second son. Then Leah said, "How happy I am! The woman will call me happy." So she named him Asher. During wheat harvest, Reuben went out into the fields and found some mandrake plants, which he brought to his mother Leah. Rachel said to Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." Alright, I gotta put a pause on that one. To be clear, when I was reading this Bible, even though I already said right there, next to it said God, I didn't say word God. If it was truly a God has been the Father Almighty, it was a odd within the G, O-D, God. But since I read the Bible and I said God, or I'm trying to say Gad the entire time, I'm not sure why I had to clear myself out during this live stream, but I just have to give it out there properly at least. Despite the fact that I actually fucked up because my damn speech impediment fucked me over during the reading of the Holy Bible. I'm trying my best, the best I can. But other than that, I'm doing the best I can, but my speech impediments keep fucking me over, so bear with me. I swear it's a fucking curse, that damn speech impediment. Anyways, I'd reread this portion right here, since I'd pretty much just went off just to give a proper explanation of due to my fucking speech impediment. Anyways, please give me some of your son's mandrakes. But she said to her, "Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband, will you take my sons mandrakes too? Very well, Rachel said. He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes. So when Jacob came in from the fields that evening, Leah went out to meet him. You must sleep with me, she said. I have hired you with my son's mandrakes. So he slept with her that night. God listened to Leah, and she became pregnant and bore Jacob a fifth son. Then Leah said, God has rewarded me for giving my maidservant to my husband. So she named him Issachar. That's spelled Issachar. Issachar. Leah conceived again and bore Jacob a sixth son. Then Leah said, God has presented me with a precious gift. This time my husband will treat me with honor, because I have borne him 6 sons. So she named him Zebulun. That's spelled Cebulun. Zebulun. Oh wait, I misspoke during this. Fuck. Zebulun. As I try to read. Sometime later, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Dinah. Then God remembered Rachel. He listened to her and opened her womb. She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, how do I read this one? She became pregnant and gave birth to a son and said, God has taken away my disgrace. She named him Joseph and said, may the Lord add to me another son. Jacob's flocks increased. After Rachel gave birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, send me on my way so I can go back to my own homeland. Give me my wives and children for whom I have served you, and I will be on my way. You know how much work I have done for you. But Laban said to him, if I have found favor in your eyes, please stay. I have learned by divination that the Lord has blessed me
because of you. He added, name your wages, and I will pay them. Jacob said to him, you know how I have worked for you, and how your livestock has fared. Fucking speech improvement. I accidentally say feared when I try to say fared. You know, I'd rather read this one in this portion. You know how I have worked for you, and how your livestock had fared under my care. The little you had before I came has increased greatly, and the Lord has blessed you wherever I have been. But now, when may I do something for my own household, what shall I give you? He asked. Don't give me anything, Jacob replied, but if you will do this one thing for me, I will go on tending your flocks and watching over them. Let me go through all your flocks today and remove from them every speckled or spotted sheep, every dark-colored lamb, and every spotted or speckled goat. And to read this one, every dark-colored lamb and every spotted or speckled goat. Just make sure I read it right. They will be my wages, and my honesty will testify for me in the future. Whenever you check on the wages you have paid me, any goat in my possession that is not speckled or spotted, or any lamb that is not dark colored, will be considered stolen. Agreed, said Laban. Let it be as you have said. That same day he removed all the male goats that were streaked or spotted, and all the speckled or spotted female goats, all that had white on them, and all the dark-colored lambs, and he placed them in the care of his sons. Then he put a 3-day journey between himself and Jacob, while Jacob continued to tend the rest of Laban's flocks. Jacob, however, took fresh-cut branches from popular almond and plane trees and made white stripes on them by peeling the bark and exposing the white inner wood of the branches. Then he placed the peeled branches in all the watering troughs, so that they would be directly in front of the flocks when they came to drink, when the flocks were in heat and came to drink.
they mated in front of the branches, and they bore young that were streaked or speckled or spotted. Jacob set apart the young of the flock by themselves, but made the rest face the streaked and dark-colored animals that belonged to Laban. Thus he made separate flocks for himself, and did not put them with Laban's animals. I had to reread this one. And did not put them with Laban's animals. Whenever the stronger females were in heat, Jacob would place the branches in the trail would place the branches in the trails in front of the animals, so they would mate near the branches. But if the animals were weak, he would not place them there. So the weak animals went to Laban, and the strong ones to Jacob. In this way the man grew exceedingly prosperous, and came to own a I reread this one. This way the man grew exceedingly prosperous, and came to own large flocks, and maid servants, and men servants, and camels and donkeys. Jacob flees from Laban. Jacob heard that Laban's sons were saying, Jacob has taken everything our father owned, and has gained all this wealth from what belonged to our father. And Jacob noticed that Laban's attitude toward him was not what it had been. Then the Lord said to Jacob, Go back to the land of your fathers, and to your relatives, and I will be with you. I had to read this one. And I will be with you. So Jacob sent word to Rachel and Leah to come out to the fields where his flocks were. He said to them, I see that your father's attitude toward me is not what it was before, but the God of my father has been with me. You know that I've worked for your father with all my strength. Yet your father has cheated me by changing my wages 10 times. However, God has not allowed him to harm me. If he said the speckled damn it, and reread this one. if he said, the speckled ones will be your wages, then all the flocks gave birth to speckled young. And if he said, the streaked ones will be your wages, then all the flocks bore streaked young. So God has taken away your father's livestock and has given them to me. In breeding season I once had a dream in which I looked up and saw that the male goats mating with the flock were streaked, speckled, or spotted. The angel of God said to me in the dream, Jacob. I answered, Here I am. And he said, Look up and see that all the male goats mating with the flock are streaked, speckled, or spotted. For I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel. I'd reread this one. I am the God of Bethel. I forgot to add up in there because of a dance speech issue. Damn lips. Fucking dry as a damn desert. Had to deal with it. Why here? Fucking damn, like, dry ass shit with speech impediment is fucking annoying. Anyways, back to what I'm saying. I had to reread this one. For I have seen all the. I had to reread this one. Damn it. For I have seen all that Laban has been doing to you. I am the God of Bethel, where you anointed a pillar, and where you made a vow to me. Now leave this place. It was saying, now leave this place. What I meant to say is, now leave this land at once. And go back to your native land. Then Rachel and Leah replied, Do we still have any share in the inheritance of our father's estate? Does he not regard us as foreigners? Not only has he sold us, but he has used up what was paid for us. Surely all the wealth that God took away from our father belongs to us and our children. So do whatever God has told you. Then Jacob put his children and his wives on camels, and he drove all his livestock ahead of him along with all the goods he had accumulated in Padan Aram to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. When Laban had gone to shear his sheep, Rachel stole her father's household. How to read this one? Rachel stole her father's household gods. Moreover, how to read this one? Moreover, I had to reread this one again since I actually messed up again. Speech
Rachel stole her father's household gods. Moreover, Jacob deceived Laban, the Aramean, by not telling him he was running away. So he fled with all he had, and crossing the river, he headed for the hill country of Gilead. I had to make sure to reread it. Laban pursues Jacob. On the third day, Laban was told that Jacob had fled, taking his relatives with him. He pursued Jacob for 7 days and caught up with him in the hill country of Gilead. Then God came to Laban. The Aramean in a dream at night and said to him, "Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad." Jacob had pitched his tent in the hill country of Gilead. I had to read this one. Of Gilead. When Laban overtook him, and Laban and his relatives camped there too, then Laban said to Jacob, "What have you done? You've deceived me, and you carried off my daughters like captives in war. Why did you run off secretly and deceive me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me so I could send you away with joy and singing to the music of Tim at what it's spelled Tambourines. Tambourines. Okay. Fuck. Alright. At least I got this time. Still. Pretty much risking accidentally messing up midway. At least I didn't mess up this time. The music of tambourines and harps. You didn't even let me kiss my grandchildren and my daughters goodbye. You have done a foolish thing. I have the power to harm you, but last night the God of your father said to me, "Be careful not to say anything to Jacob, either good or bad." Now you have gone off because you longed to return to your father's house, but why did you steal my gods? Jacob answered Laban, "I was afraid because I thought you would take your daughters away from me by force. But if you find anyone who has your gods, he shall not live in the presence of our relatives. See for yourself whether there is anything of yours here with me, and if so, take it." Now Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the gods. So Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the tent of the two
maid servants, but he found nothing. After he came out of Leah's tent and entered Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the household gods and put them inside her camel's saddle and was sitting on them. Laban searched through everything in the tent but found nothing. Rachel said to her father, "Don't be angry, my lord, that I cannot stand up in your presence."
I have to reread this one again since I fucked up bad. I'm having my period. So he searched but could not find the household gods. Jacob was angry and took Laban to ask, "What is my crime?" He asked Laban, "What sin I have committed that you hunt me down? Not that you have searched through all my goods. What have you found that belongs to your household?" What have you found that belongs to your household? Put it here in front of your relatives and mine, and let them judge between the two of us. I have been with you for 20 years now. Your sheep and goats have not miscarried, nor have I eaten rams from your flocks. I did not bring you animals torn by wild beasts. I bore the loss myself, and you demanded payment from me. For what your... Damn it, I misspoke. Damn it. I had to reread this one. And you demanded payment from me for whatever was stolen by day or night. This was my situation. The heat consumed me in the daytime and the cold at night, and sleep fled from my eyes. It was like this for the 20 years I was in your household. I worked for you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flocks, and you changed my wages 10 times. If the God of my father, the God of Abraham, and the fear of Isaac had not been with me, you would surely have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen my hardship and the toil of my hands, and last night he rebuked you. Laban answered Jacob, "The women are my daughters, the children are my children, and the flocks are my flocks. All you see is mine, yet what can I do today about these daughters of mine, or about the children they have borne? Come now, let's make a covenant, you and I, and let it serve as a witness between us." So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a pillar. He said to his relatives, "Gather
some stones. So they took stones and piled them in a heap, and they ate there by the heap. Laban called it Jegar. They spell it J-E-G. I had to read it since I fucked up. It's spelled J-E-G-A-R. Jagar. Laban called it Jagar. Sahadutha, and Jacob called it Galed. Laban said, "This heap is a witness between you and me today." That is why it was called Galed. It was also called Mizpah, because he said, "May the Lord keep watch between you and me when we are away from each other. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you take any wives beside my daughters, even though no one is with us, remember that God is a witness between you and me." Laban also said to Jacob, "Here is the heap, and here is the pillar I have set up between you and me. This heap is a witness, and this pillar is a witness, that I will not go past this heap to your side to harm you, and that you will not go past this heap and pillar to my side to harm me. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, that's spelled N-A-H-O-R, the jog speech impediment is really fucking obnoxious. I hate it. It's worse than the live stream is doing right now. We're reading the Holy Bible. It's fucking hard to read when a speech impediment is fucking me over. I hate speech impediments. I never had this issue till nowadays. What the fuck? So annoying. I have to reread this one now. May the God of Abraham and the God of or the God of their father judge between us. Finally. Anyways, I reread it now. May the God of Abraham and the God of Nahor, the God of their father, judge between us. So Jacob took an oath in the name of the fear of his father Isaac. He offered a sacrifice there in the hill country and invited his relatives to a meal. After they had eaten, they spent the night there. Early the next morning, Laban kissed his grandchildren and his daughters and blessed them. Then he left and returned home. Jacob prepares to meet Esau. Jacob also went on his way, and the angels of God met him. When Jacob saw them, he said, "This is the camp of God." So he named that place Mahanaim. Mahanaim. Wait. Mahanaim. Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to his brother Esau in the land of Seir, the country of Edom. He instructed them, "This is what you are to say to my master Esau. Your servant Jacob says, I have been staying with Laban and have remained there till now. I have cattle and donkeys, sheep and goats, men servants and maid servants. Now I am sending this message to my Lord, that I may find favor in your eyes." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they said, We went to your brother Esau, and now he is coming to meet you, and 400 men are with him. In great fear and distress, Jacob divided the people who are with him into 2 groups, and the flocks and herds and camels as well. He thought, if Esau comes and attacks one group, the group that is left may escape. Then Jacob prayed, O God of my father Abraham, God of my father Isaac, O Lord, who said to me, Go back to your country and your relatives, and I will make you prosper. I am unworthy of all the kindness and faithfulness you have shown to your servant. I had only my staff when I crossed this Jordan, but now I have become 2 groups. Save me, I pray, from the hand of my brother Esau, for I am afraid he will come and attack me, and also the mothers with their children. But you have said, I will surely make you prosper and will make your descendants like the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted. He spent the night there, and from what he had with him, he selected a gift for his brother Esau, 200 female goats and 20 male goats, 200 EWEs. Ewes? What the now I have to look it up now. And 20 rams. Alright, I'd have to look up what the fuck is a EWEU.
Oh. It's a female sheep. That's what it's called? Really?
You.
So it's really called you. So it's basically just EW with an extra E. It's basically what it is. $200 ewes and 20 rams. 30 female camels with their young. 40 cows and 10 bulls. And 20 female donkeys and 10 male donkeys. He put them in the care of his servants, each herd by itself, and said to his servants, "Go ahead of me and keep some space between the herds." He instructed the one in the lead. When my brother Esau meets you and asks, "To whom do you belong? And where are you going? And who owns all these animals in front of you?" Then you are to say, "They belong to your servant Jacob. They are a gift sent to my lord Esau, and he is coming behind us." He also instructed the second, the third, and all the others who followed the herds. You are to say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and be sure to say, "Your servant Jacob is coming behind us." For he thought, "I will pacify him with these gifts I am sending on ahead. Later, when I see him, perhaps he will receive me." So Jacob's gifts went on ahead of him, but he himself spent the night in the camp. Jacob wrestles with God. That night Jacob got up and took his 2 wives and his 2 maidservants and his 11 sons, and crossed the ford of the Jabbok. After he had sent them across the stream, he sent over all his possessions. So Jacob was alone. Damn it, I misspoke. Damn it. I reread this one to here. After he had sent them across the stream, he sent over all his possessions. So Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him till daybreak. When the man saw that he could not overpower him, he touched the socket of Jacob's hip, so that his hip was wrenched as he wrestled with the man. Then the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." The man asked him, "What is your name?" "Jacob," he answered. Then
a man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with men and have overcome." Jacob said, "Please, tell me your name." But he replied, Why do you ask my name?" Then he blessed him there. So Jacob called the place Peniel. It's spelled Peniel. Peniel, saying, "It is because I saw God face to face, and yet my life was spared." The sun rose above him as he passed Peniel, and he was limping because of his hip. Therefore, to this day, the Israelites do not eat the tendon attached to the socket of the hip, because the socket of Jacob's hip was touched near the tendon. Alright, that's it. I'm going to put a complete pause on the Holy Bible since I made it to page 20. And pretty much you can tell from this live stream I've been struggling reading this due to my speech impairment and end up possibly misreading some mixture of both because my retarded ass can't fucking say shit correctly. And I hope that God would forgive me for bringing jokes alongside while reading in the Bible, because of my pure reaction of like basis what it is, since Jacob and his wives are relatives. I just had to pull out the banjo jokes. Alright, I'm going to read a little bit, and I mean a little bit, of the Orthodox Study Bible, mainly because I am running low on stamina on reading. So, I'm going to read a little bit on the Orthodox Study Bible, and I'm going to read a little bit on the Apocrypha. And it's going to be the Apocrypha Bible. I'm fucking tired, okay? Alright, I'm going to read a portion of the Orthodox Study Bible. Alright, let's see here. Introduction to Orthodox Study Bible. The last decade of the 20th century saw an historic event in 1993, the Orthodox Study Bible New Testament and Psalms was released as the first English Bible with study material reflecting the ancient faith of the Eastern Orthodox Church. Why do I am saying "the" when it ain't "the" there? What the fuck? Let me reread this one. Saint Athan. Oh, fuck. Misread again. Damn it. Saint Athanasius. That's what I was trying to read before the damn "the" popped in and I misread and following that. Saint Athanasius Academy, which had organized this effort, began receiving requests for the completion of the Old Testament as a monumental task, which involved not only preparation of the study notes and outlines, but also the presentation of an acceptable Old Testament text. The Orthodox Church has never officially committed itself to a single text or why did I say Lord when it said why the fuck I said or when it says and? Damn it. Though the Orthodox Church fucking damn it. Let me reread this one again. Though the Orthodox Church has never officially committed itself to a single text or damn it! Let me try this again. Though the Orthodox Church has never officially committed itself to a single text and list of Old Testament books. Fucking finally! Fucking hate speech impediments. Anyways, it has traditionally used the Greek Old Testament of the Septuagint, LXX. However, in Orthodoxy's 200-year history in North America, no English translation of the LXX has ever been produced by the Church. The contributors used the Alfred RAHLFS Ralph's edition of the Greek text as the basis for English translation. To this base, they brought two additional major sources. The first is the Brenton text, a British translation of the Greek Old Testament, published in 1851. The availability of this work and the respect accorded it made it an obvious choice as a source document. Secondly, Thomas Nelson publishers granted use of the Old Testament text of the New King James Version. In the places where the English translation of the LXX would match that of the Masoretic Hebrew text. The development team at St. Athanasius Academy carefully studied these sources, along with their documents, to produce an English Old Testament text suitable for the project. The organization of the Old Testament books, that is, their canonical order, was taken from the Old Testament according to the 70 published with approval of the Holy Synod of the Church of Greece. The first edition was released in June 1928. The Old Testament text presented in this volume does not claim to be a new or superior translation. The goal was to produce a text to meet the Bible reading needs of English-speaking Orthodox Christians. In some Old Testament books, including the Psalm, the numbering of chapters and sometimes individual verses is different in the LXX version from the English translation of the Hebrew text, such as the New King James Version and New Revised Standard Version. To help the reader, the LXX psalm number appears first, followed by the alternate number in parentheses, such as Psalm 50, 51, next to it. In addition to the difference in the numbering of the Psalms, the books of Jeremiah and Malachi, is spelled M-A-L-A-C-H-I, show differences in the chapter and verse numbering when comparing the Orthodox Study Bible alongside English translations based on the Hebrew Old Testament text. The following shows how the Hebrew and LXX texts compared in the books of Jeremiah and Malachi. There's a bunch of number shit in there. After reading, but I just had to read it because I literally will do as promised. Jeremiah Hebrew 1 verses 1 to 25 verses 13, 25 verses 14, 25 verses 15-38, 26 verses 1-43 verses 13, 26
Yeah. 2 and dash is basically the same in my input, so that means 1 versus 1 dash 25 versus 13 is basically, I usually say dash when it says, instead of 2, I just say dash. It's just a one line in between. So, anyways, 44 versus 1 dash 30. 45 versus 1 dash 5. 46 versus 1. 46 versus 2 dash 25. 46 versus 26. 46 versus 27. Comma 28. 47 versus 1 dash 7. 48 versus 1 dash 44. 49 versus 1 dash 5. 49 versus 6. 49 versus 7 dash 22. 49 versus 23 dash 27. 49 versus 28 dash 33. 49 versus 34A, comma 35 dash 39. LXX 1 versus 1 dash 25 versus 13, and just a dash. Alright, 32 versus 1 dash 25, 33 versus 1 dash 50 versus 13, 51 versus 1 dash 30, 51 versus 31 dash 35, another dash. 26 versus 1 dash 24, another dash. 26 versus 25, comma 26. 29 versus 1 dash 7. 31 versus 1 dash 44. 30 versus 17 dash 21, another dash. 30 versus 1 dash 16. 30 versus 28 dash 32. 30 versus 22 dash 27. 25 versus 14 dash 19. Hebrew 49 versus 34b. 50 versus 1 dash 51 versus 44. 51 versus 45 dash 49. 51 versus 50 dash 64. 52 versus 1. 52 versus 2, comma 3. 52 versus 4 dash 14. 52 versus 15. 52 versus 16 dash 27. 52 versus 28 dash 30. 52 versus 31 dash 34. Okay, next up. Okay, still continues. Malachi 1 versus 1 dash 3 versus 18. 4 versus 1 dash 3. 4
verses 4. 4 verses 5, comma 6. LXX. 25 verses 20. 27 verses 1 dash 28 verses 45. Another dash. 28 verses 46 dash 60. 52 verses 1. Another dash. 52 verses 2 dash 12. Another dash. 52 verses 13 dash 24. Another dash. 52 verses 25 dash 28. 1 verses 1 dash 3 verses 18. 3 verses 19 dash 21. 3 verses 24. 3 verses 22, comma 23. Am I speaking of lottery numbers now? And your winning lottery numbers are 3, 22, 23. Sorry, I had to make that joke. Anyways, the New Testament of the Orthodox Study Bible is taken from the New King James Version of the Bible. It is a translation of the received text of the Greek New Testament, with notes showing major variants in the majority text and the critical text of Nestle Aland and the United Bible Societies. The introductory material, commentary, and notes accompanying the Old and New Testaments. Books are present in a vocabulary understandable to a high school graduate or a high school dropout like myself. Well, it makes sense how I'm able to understand it. This is not a book of scholars addressing other scholars, but rather scholars clearly communicating the treasures of the Orthodox Study Bible. Fucking misread it, damn it. I had to reread this part here, but rather scholars clearly communicating the treasures of the Orthodox Bible tradition, with clergy and lay people desirous of understanding their Christian beliefs and making them accessible to others. A cross symbol in the text of the Bible indicates a study note. Oh, that's handy, you know. At the foot of the page. Further, the decision was made that the notes and commentary which clarify the Bible text would emphasize the major themes of the Christian faith. Thus, the notes give primarily attention to 1. The
Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. 2. The Incarnation, the divine Son of God becoming man. 3. The centrally of the Church, the dwelling place of God in the Spirit. Ephesians 2 verses 22. Or EPH 2 verses 22. Alright, number 4. The virtues God's call to his people to live righteous and holy lives in Christ. To attain these goals, specific attention was given to the biblical interpretations of the fathers of the ancient and undivided church, and to the consensus of the 7 fucking speech permit ecumenical. What? I had to reread this one. It's spelled Ecumenical. Ecumenical or ecumenical, but there's no I, so it's just ecumenical. I fucking can't pronounce that word. Anyways, or church-wide councils of Christendom, held from the 4th to 8th centuries. The Holy Scriptures have always been integral. It's spelled INTEGRAL. Integral to the life of the church. The liturgical. I fucking tired. Anyways, the literature. The liturgical. Finally. The liturgical cycle of the year and the days of feasting and fasting are accompanied by scripture readings from throughout the Bible. The lectionary in the back of the Orthodox Study Bible guides the reader along this biblical path through the church year. Further liturgical notes at the foot of the pages of the Orthodox Study Bible relate specific readings to the yearly cycle of prayer and worship. These notes are designed with the symbol, which is a Bible symbol. The prayer of the editors and contributors of the Orthodox Study Bible is that it presents an understandable Bible text and commentary to one English-speaking Orthodox Christians the world over to and misspoke, damn it. English-speaking Orthodox Christians the world over and to next is at number 2, non-Orthodox readers interested in learning more about the faith of the historic Orthodox Church. Lent 2008. Alright, I guess I have to keep on reading until... Oh god, this is gonna be a long reading till the Old Testament. Anyways, the Old Testament books listed and compared. Orthodox Old Testament: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. Oh wait, I had to read this one. Leviticus. I had to read that one. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth. Kingdoms 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is Samuel 1, 2, Kings 1, 2. Chronicles 1, 2, which is also Parallelopamenon 1 and 2. Ezra 1 and 2. Nehemiah, Tobit, Judith, Esther, Maccabees 1, 2, 3, Psalms 151 in number, Job, Proverbs of Solomon. What the fuck is this name? Ecclesiastes. Echo. God damn when. Ecclesiastes. Fucking can't read it. Ecclesiastes, I'm guessing. Song of Songs. Wisdom of Solomon. Wisdom of Sirach. But is I-R-A-C-H Sirach or Sirach? Wisdom of Sirach, I guess. I don't know. Anyways, Hosea, Amos, Micah, Joel, Obadiah, Jonah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Baruch, Lamentation of Jeremiah, Episode of Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel. Includes the Prayer of Manasseh, also known as 1 and 2 Esdras. Susanna is at the beginning of Daniel. Bel and the servant at the end also includes the hymn of the 3 young men. Roman Catholic Old Testament: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers,
Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Kings 1, 2, 3, 4. Chronicles 1 and 2, which is known as a Paralipomenon. Esdras 1 and 2, also known as Nehemiah. Tobit, Judith, Esther, Maccabees 1 and 2, Psalms 150 in number, Job, Proverbs of Solomon, Ecclesiastes. I'm guessing it's actually pronounced. That's a hard, at least for me, a hard one for me to read. Anyways, Canticle of Canticles? It literally spelled it K. Nope. Ain't no K in there. Damn it. Canticle. That's why I said word K when I try and say C-A-N-T-I-C-L-E. That's what I was trying to say the entire time. It's C-A-N-T-I-C-L-E. Anyways, Canticle of Canticles. Wisdom of Solomon. What the? Ecclesiasticus, also known as Sirach, or Sirach, whoever is pronounced. Hosea, Amos, Micah, Joel, Obadiah, Jonah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Baruch, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel. Includes Epistle of Jeremiah. Protestant Old Testament: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Ruth, Samuel 1 and 2, Kings 1 and 2, Chronicles 1 and 2, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther, Job, Psalms 151 in number, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes, Song of Solomon, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Lamentations, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Joel, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, Micah, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi. Easter does not include those sections called additions to Easter. Daniel here does not include those sections separately labeled as the hymn of the three young men, Susanna, Bel, and the serpent. The serpent. I'm trying to say the serpent. Let me read this again. Daniel here does not include those sections separately labeled as the hymn of the three young men, Susanna, Bel, and the serpent. You know what? This is my stream. I'm going to put a pause on that.
and just say, which I'm sorry, y'all. Alright, I gotta save this damn server, save game. There we go. This will be this right here. Shit, 2%. Fuck. Anyways, source abbreviations. Source. Okay. Ambrose of Milan. Antony of Egypt. Afarat the Persian. Athanasius the Great. Augustine of Hippo. Arus, Basil the Great. Caesarius of Arles.
Pizza.
Can't help that joke. Sorry. Caesarius of Arles. I had to say it like it's a Little Caesar's commercial just to say his name right. Caesarius of Arles. Cassiodorus. Clement of Alexandria. Cyprian of Alexandria. Cyprian of Carthage. Cyprian of Jerusalem. Cyril of Alexandria. Cyril of Jerusalem. Dionysius. Elias the presbyter. Ephraim the Syrian. Epistle of Barnabas. Eusebius. Eustathius of Antioch. Gregory of Gregory of Nazianzus. Gregory of Nyssa. Nyssa. Gregory of Nyssa. It was Gregory Palamas. Gregory the Great Pope. Gregory the Theologian. Hesychius. Abbreviation. M. It's but AMBM. M. And EG. P. Ethan G. Og. R. SLG. CAES. CAS. Wait. Is it cis or sus? It was Cass, Clem A, SIPA, CYPA, SIPC, SIPJ, Sear L, CYRJR, Searger,
Dion, El Press, EPHS, Barn, EUSP, EUSB. Trying to say East. East is EUST. East. Wait a minute. Let's make sure they're not same as that. Anyways. G or GNA, G or GNY. That's what I just spell at this point. GRG PAL, GRG GT, GRG Theo. It's like it just names up models of cars. Hesych. They spell it HESYCH. Source: Hillary of Piloters. Hippolytus. Ignitus of Antioch. 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 Ignatius of Antioch. Ignatius of Antioch. Okay. Irenaeus, Isaac, Assyrian, Jerome, John Cashin, John Chrysostom, John Climacus, John of Damascus, Justin Martyr, Leo the Great, Mark E. as Ascetic, Maximus the Confessor, Methodus, Nemo the Ascetic, Nicetas, Seraphim of Saraf, Simeon the New Theologian, Theodore of Bopsustia, Theodoret, Theophylact of Bulgaria, Vincent of Nerons, Nikin Creed, Canon of St. Andrew, Akathist Service. And finally, before I just I might as well just push the Apocrypha on Sundays only, just because I gotta save tomorrow for something else. Anyways, abbreviation. Hill repeat Hippo IGN Ant Irene Isaac S Jerome John Cass John CHR John CLI John DM Justin Leo G MK ASC Max Con Math. Who put meth in the Bible? Is that a person's name, or is someone who's cooked up on meth and put meth just put in the Bible? That's just wrong if that be the case. But if that's a person's name of meth, dude, I feel bad for the person whose name is meth. Named after a drug that is way worse than weed.
damn. I'm not saying this as a mocking term. I'm just legit out of pure reaction just looking at that. Anyways, let me start over since I don't want to get in trouble as it is. I just saying the basis of pure reaction as reading through this live stream. Anyways, back to saying MaxCon, Math, Nilos, Nick, Sirsar, Sim New, Theo Mop, Theod, Theo, Fin, V-I-N-C-L-E-R, Fink Lear, Creed, Kenan, and that literally says two things together. Kenan and finally a cough. I'm gonna put a pause on this. I may end up to just continue right off on Sunday because I gotta save tomorrow for something else. And you think of those who are watching the stream and I think I was full of shit. If those who have the Orthodox Study Bible, go directly at page XIV on the very beginning of this Bible. But I'm going to do is make it easier for you just by pulling my fucking camera and pretty much just show it to you directly before I end the stream. Sorry, midnight already? Shit. Time to activate that and turn this bitch on. And there we go. I'm going to switch to full cam. And I shit you not. Hold on, let me pull out my fucking phone since the damn zoom option is disabled on this damn camera. And I had to hook it up to my PC. Where is it? I know damn well I saw it too. It's underneath MaxCon. There it is. I had to get my phone in Zoom because the damn thing won't pull up. It's underneath MaxCon. Here it is. I shit you not. It says meth. Dude, if that's a person's name, damn. It's either just, bruh. Anyways. Don't mind me, I gotta put this shit back and organize. Alright. Anyway, if you enjoy this stream of this me being fucking tormented here by fucking misreading, or just purely just reading of this Holy Bible stack, pretty much. And majority of them will be read in Sundays, and definitely it's just a big factor that it is occasionally on the week, but not all the time of the week. It is going to be solid on Sundays, nothing else, just occasionals. But other than that, I hope you enjoy, and yeah, I'm not going to be able to read the Apocryphal one there since my speech impairment is keep on fucking me over mid-read, so anyways, hope y'all enjoy the live stream, and there will be Siren Head gameplay. It's just a big factor that I'm gonna acquire a new battery for this mouse. Before I even start doing the live stream on these two, so that's why I done this stream instead. So because it requires less like energy requirement gameplay versus other gameplays, because other gameplays may like require more like energy transfer, like the more motion you do there, like something like Call of Duty or whatever, each energy can suck out the battery or charge that transfer to as a signal to the PC. That's basically how that functionality works. Electricity through this basically siphoned to use as like a signal to able to do any movements that through the sensors that trigger through, because that shit eats up battery. I'm not sure why, but Razer mice eats up batteries more faster than the Logitech mouses. But other than that, I hope you enjoy this stream. Let me switch back to here. Anyways, I think I better disable this now. Alright. 4 hours and 40 minutes and approximately about to be 50 seconds. Fucking damn it, no wonder I'm exhausted. I've been reading that long.